let's get this stream on the go. Welcome to the stream, where I do aimless things and have no control over what happens half the time. So I think today, actually I might as well just go to the map. So I got the shovel here. There's a ledge that you can barely tell is here. I'm gonna try and get this shovel to dig back to probably that point. Get this cleared out of here. And debating on if I want to continue until I get close to this wall. I don't want to take out the entire section because I'm gonna have to tear out this, and in order to tear out this I need access on this point. So I'm thinking if I just come back here, then I might just turn the shovel and just start digging this out. So the edge that it's currently sitting on, right there, all of that. And then I'm gonna probably turn it and get the shovel to start digging towards these barricades. But before I do that, I'm gonna clean up what I left here. Just a couple scoops, but that shouldn't be much. Once I get this bit cleaned up here, then, oh, I still got a little bit to clean over there, too. I should definitely clean this up, though, so I got some room to park those trucks next to that shovel. And then, yeah, so I'll clean this up, so I can put, like, that white truck, I can park it pretty much where I am, if not back a little bit closer to that shovel, so I can load the shovel, or load the truck with the shovel. And then once I get a couple down, and clean up a little more and rinse and repeat that process. If you need a shovel or a loader to clean your room, you got way more issues than I can help you with. of a project if you need one of these pieces of equipment to do it. Alright, so that's cleaned up as much as I'm gonna clean it now. I'll hop up in the shovel and start, actually I gotta move a truck first. Move this truck up to about the tracks. That should be good there then. Perfect. Let's back this thing up a little. Because I'm putting 2 bowling lanes in my house, so definitely need one. Yeah. Maybe not quite one of these, though. You could have multiple bowling lanes in one bucket on these machines. And you can have the entire bowling alley in the box of this truck. And no, for anybody asking, I do not have the double joystick set up for the PC. I'm using a Xbox controller. So yes, the fluent movements is because of the joysticks on the controller. I know some people go out and spend a bloody fortune on the 2 joysticks. Don't get me wrong, if I had the friggin' money, I'd probably do it too, but I don't. Nor would I actually think that I'd be able to justify that purchase to begin with, so. hate how this machine keeps on moving farther into the... I don't want to go that way, but every time I move this thing, it seems to slide into that way. Back up a level. Make it this. The truck is almost full. I'll just swap it out with another truck. Bucket down there. No, I'll dump it. Why not? Another truck and a half there that might need to be dumped too, but... So everything that you see here, that's all... This has all been dug out and or built by either me or other viewers of the channel that have decided to hop into this map. This is a multiplayer map that is basically the way I would put it as a server. Kick for a second. And there we go. Yeah. So yeah, everything that I'm driving on was either dug out by the equipment that I have up here, like the shovel, the loader, that thing over there that they call a bagger, which is actually a bucket wheel. Same thing up there is a bucket wheel. And then you get regular little loaders, little tunneling machines and stuff like that. I haven't really used the tunneling machine that much. I used it for like maybe 20 minutes. You get the roller, you get the what I would call an electric shovel, which is those over there, the cable bucket. And the reason I call it the electric shovel is because the sites out here, they have those, but they have a giant, basically an extension cord coming out of the back of them. They run on electricity. They're electric over hydraulic. And then the other shovel that is usually used out on site here would be just called the hydraulic shovel, which is diesel over hydraulic. Which the hydraulic shovel would be that one. The one directly in front of the haul truck now, which a lot of people would call the clamshell bucket. That one literally digs this way, and then the bucket opens up and dirt and stuff drops. The cable one scoops up, and then the bottom literally just falls out of it. And the regular excavator, well, you know what that does. Then you get the wiggles, the graders that don't work very well at all in this game. They're way too finicky to even be worth using as far as I'm concerned. Then you got the tunneler that's up there that looks like a giant a leech. And the tunneling dump truck that goes along with it. But yeah, everything, what I'm driving on right now was dug out with the bagger, or the bucket wheel, which you can see in the walls. You can see how the buckets cut one section but kind of missed another section. That's why it looks so wavy. Everything down there was all dug out by a loader or shovels of some sort. And most of anything that's done by shovel or loader has been filled with, or has filled up the trucks. Usually if we were running the bagger, like the one that's over there, there's a hopper and plant process that we usually just set up. So it's all conveyor belts and things like that. Yeah, everything that was in here and everything that was down here used to be just dirt. If you actually go in the Discord, you'll see there's a bunch of pictures of what this place looked like before we started, and there's updated pictures that go along with it as well. Alright. And we're off again. Gonna mess again. I mean, this entire area is a mess anyway, because it's not scooped off and cleaned up yet, but... Oh no, I don't want to keep digging out under my tracks, that's not going to be good. Have the excavator fall off the cliff. It won't work out very well. Set this thing up properly here. Solid stone, my nemesis of this game. Essentially the equivalent of, almost the equivalent of bedrock on friggin' Minecraft. Shovel can dig through it, but you have to take little tiny bites by the looks of things, because if you try and take a big bite out of it, it'll send the friggin' thing into a giant, giant tiffy. Back it up a bit more. Oh. I'm not going off the cliff with this thing now. Come on, game. I like cliff surfing, but I don't like cliff falling off. No cliff diving in the excavator, just cliff surfing. One more scoop. That truck is full. Oh, gotta take care of that. I don't want that to... So for anybody who's new around here, this little tiny speck that you can see right here, you see how I can mouse over it and it says to smooth it out? If I were to leave that there and we were to go down another shelf and I would try and take this shovel and back into that right there is strong enough to stop one of those trucks dead in its tracks, stop that thing from going anywhere, and you wouldn't be able to see it 90% of the time, unless of course you do, actually, believe it or not, it would even stop that thing in its tracks. That bagger up there, that would stop that in its tracks. So that's why every time I see one, I have to get rid of it. Otherwise, it'll cause me a bunch of headaches. And I get enough of them already, I don't need any more. This ramp still needs a little bit of tweaking done to it, but I think we're doing good though. I just really wish I could get that grader to work the way it was supposed to, because that grader is what would make that function a lot better. I think all I need to do is make, and again, I'm not a game developer, so I don't know how simple or hard that is to do, but if the dozer moves a lot of material, just reduce the amount of material that is movable by the grader. Because if I was to dump this on the ground, it doesn't come out looking like the exact same setup that's in the back of this truck. When it gets dumped, it looks completely different and lays itself out different on the ground. So if you were to take the grater and make it move, basically move less material, and the reason that I would like it to do that is because when you're using the grater, you're not wanting to move all of the material at once, you're wanting to fine tune where the material is. Dozer, you kind of just want to move a big pile of material, hence the reason it has that big giant blade in the front of it. But with the grater, it shouldn't. You should be able to put that blade down and essentially smooth out an area. If the area is relatively smooth already, you should be able to go and get your high points down to your low points and make that work. But the way that it works in this game, once you put that blade down, it's almost like it immediately makes dirt appear. And then when you push it forward, it just turns it into a friggin' washboard road. And it looks horrible. And that's the reason I don't like them. I bought both of them, and I've used them once to try them out, found out how horrible they were, and they're parked over there with hopes that they fix them later. Because I should be able to come up here, smooth out the top part of this ramp, and then as soon as you go off the edge, if your blade is already down, you go off the edge and it should take it with it. But it don't. And I think I'm gonna park this here, and I'm gonna use that loader and clean up the area over there that I've already dug out. I actually think that the next... Actually, I think because of... Let's see. Halfway through my thought, and... There's a giant hole here. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe I should, maybe, yeah. Oop, almost went off the cliff. Oop, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. So yeah, I might end up taking the excavator and bringing it back here one more time and then cut straight down. Might do that. Because I don't want to get too close to this wall, like I said, because I might even end up taking this shovel, putting it up there, digging out all of this the same way I've been digging out this. And actually with the height, I might not even really need to use, well, I will need to use the loader to clean it up, but with the height that's going on here, I might be coming really close to this, so I can probably get rid of this entire section here with that loader. The only problem is I end up needing that bagger to get rid of this top half here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna come out here one more time with the excavator. So I'll probably end up running the track over this spot and dig out this section. Once I get this all the way to the edge of right here, this edge. So I'm gonna cut all the way here. So that's probably gonna be about here. So that'll be all gone, all the material in here. And then once I get that cut out, I'm either gonna move down this way a little bit more and go that way, or possibly come up there and get rid of this. Only problem as well, just thinking about that too, can I get up there this way? Probably not. Can I get up there this way? Again, probably not. Hardcore. Okay, try again. Nope, try again. There we go. And fuck off. Alright. Just walk over this way. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to leave that lip out there in order to get through. Maybe not. Might need to smooth it out a little bit if I'm gonna be... I'm gonna bring that excavator in here. Probably gonna need... Well, he's probably gonna hit that and get rid of that. Oh, it should be good. Just bring the excavator up here and start digging this away. Actually gonna clean this up now. I don't think I'm gonna do this in here, at least yet anyway. As you can see, this is how the tunneler works. Literally just punch a square hole and go from there. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna... I'll remove this. If I do decide to do the parking lot thing later on, I will... sure I'll be able to come in here and see this spot again. Set it up properly. Because that was something else too. It was literally come in here, fill a little bit of the conveyor that was set up on the tunneling machine, and then back up, dump it into the back of a truck, and then rinse and repeat that process, when what I could do, I could set up a haul truck to a conveyor system that I could have set up in here to where I can just run it wide open and just constantly fill up a haul truck instead of filling up the little wiggle wagon that I had there. Just gonna clean this up, make this look a little more presentable. To go here, building, polished. Sure, 21, that works. So how's everybody doing today? Every day runs into the next with me, so I don't even remember what day it is, but I'm gonna need way more brick. Way more blocks. A whole lot more blocks. Let's do 100. Go. Come on, game, stop this. There. And there. There we go. That's how we do it. Yeah. I got a feeling that when I come in here later on sometime, I'm gonna end up finding blocks that I didn't see to remove and consider them archaeological digs. And knowing my luck, I'll probably end up coming in here with something that's gonna be it's gonna smack into it and fly across the friggin' map because of the way it hit it. There we go. Don't have any dirt in my inventory? No, just tailings. Okay, let's get some dirt. Just need to cover up the giant hole that's there. I don't like the look of the being able to look right into that area. If I'm gonna dig into it later on, it's one thing, but oh, bad dirt. Okay, better. Alright. I think that looks good there now. I don't have a giant gap up here somewhere, do I? Yes, I do. Yeah, you know, I think the guy went a little bit too literal on the shovel part when you say go smack that with the shovel. You beat the dirt into submission. That's how it works in this game. That's good. That now looks like the way it did before I decided to punch a big hole in it. So yeah, I think I'm gonna dig all that back. One more. Then I'm gonna come up here. One more. And dig all the way back. And then I'm probably gonna hop up here and start digging that out. I can bring the trucks up around here to load them. And then once I get enough, actually, I'm debating on whether I should leave enough room to get that bagger down here now. Whoever decided, yeah, that looks good, shouldn't design games anymore. Yeah. It's like, the pickaxe makes sense. Like, you swing, chunk comes out. Swing, chunk comes out. I don't know if you've ever played 7 Days to Die, but this is the type of ground that you can see here. Like when you're digging, this is the type of feel that I get when I was playing that game with 7 Days to Die. Like that's the kind of grabbing you get. But and then the sledgehammer, I mean, things just disappear when you hit it with the sledgehammer. The axe is another completely different story again. I'll actually show you that one, which is different. I think it almost reminds me a little bit of Ark when it comes to chopping down trees with the axe. It's not really the like tree. Bye-bye, tree. Like, you can get the big trees. I'm gonna sell those trees because I don't put them in my inventory. And I got one lump of pay dirt. Ooh. Let's go run that through the system. Yeah. So there's a bit to this game. Like that's the plant. Again, everything that's in here has been built by, well, in this case here, a guy, Bear420. He's another Twitch streamer. He came in here and he built that in a weekend. But what I ended up doing there yesterday was I followed the entire process of what he's got going on there and built the long stretched out version of it, just so if anybody asks me how that works, instead of going in there and running through the spaghetti that he's got going through, because he's got things like the dump, or the spot that's down there, that grate that has a whole bunch of these under it, and then it runs from that through a conveyor system up, in, and then across and all that kind of stuff. Instead of, so it's this, and then there's a conveyor system, which I don't have here because it doesn't make sense to put it here, but the conveyor system, and then it comes to the next item that processes material, and then the next item that processes material. So basically, if somebody asks the steps of how that works, it's hopper, shaker screen, trommel, or no, coal screen, trommel, shaker screen. Then it's jaw crusher, cone crusher, storage, and the reason for the storage is because you can take the items that come out of the sluice plant there and put it into the storage so that you can still run it through this and make. So this is a frother, which takes gravel, crushed stone, the blasted rock and all that kind of stuff, and turns it into either tailings, which I have a lot of that I'm using as basically just ground fill material. So if I have a hole, like for instance this here, one day I will fill in, I could just do that, continue to fill it in. And because tailings is essentially just a sell item, or takes go to ban somebody. So yeah, tailings is essentially just a fill material, kind of like the dirt one that I got there too. That's also a fill material. It literally, you either just sell it at a straight sell up point, which is the sea can with a dump thing on it, which I have right there on this plant. So everything runs through all of that stuff, and then it spits out right there. That storage compartment right before it is holding a whole bunch of tailings. But if I was to run this plant, if I put pay dirt in here, it would run through the coal screener, which the coal screener is obviously, as it says, coal. So coal runs through it, comes back through this way, everything else continues on through the trommel. So coal comes to a storage, which the storage for the coal is on the other side of the plant. You can see one of the storages right there. So coal, that runs back that way. Everything else runs into the trommel. Trommel drops the diamond ore, ruby ore, silica ore, and gold. And that goes into the sluice, which you would take the items out of the sluice, and dirt in itself just runs to sell point, which you just make money off of it. When it comes off of the conveyor and drops into here, you just make the money. It just automatically gets inputted into your account, basically. Then the shaker screen. So with the trommel, it will drop all of the, like I said, the silica, the rubies, diamonds, and gold. Everything else, like the blasted rock, solid rock, crushed rock, and all that kind of stuff, that drops into the shaker screen. And the shaker screen mixes it up to where, actually, still don't understand fully as to why that's implemented into this setup, because because the way he's got it set up, it literally comes out one end and goes in, and then he's also got it coming out the back end of it here, and it goes into the same conveyor. It doesn't break it any, so it doesn't make sense to me why it does that, but it does. So then you get all of your iron ore, aluminum ore, lithium ore, stuff like that. That all goes into, oh, these got to be on pass through too. And the reason that they got to be on pass through is because the only time you use these is when you're placing the gold and stuff in, and I'll explain that as I go through here. So the frother, I might as well just go to frother. Building factory. FRO. So with the frother, you get gravel, and you get tailings and everything else, but everything else is already taken care of prior. So you get iron, copper, aluminum, silver, gold, and lithium. Notice how it doesn't say anything about diamond or ruby, or silica, which is why you need to run that stuff through first. So all of the iron, copper, aluminum, silver, gold, and lithium can be turned into bars. So that's the reason that you run it through the frother first, and then you go through high temp smelter, then the regular smelter, and then the bar roller. So once the bar roller is done, then it goes into the storage, and the storage, well, essentially like the one over these two here, these storages are holding all of my bars. And with all of that material, you can make parts for your vehicles. Like all the vehicles, they run on the same kind of parts anyway. You get filter, well, in your parts, you get material, resource, no, part, equipment. Okay, equipment. You get your filters, batteries, ECUs, hoses, pumps, rams, injectors, sensors, turbos, wear parts. Those are the main things that break down on the vehicles. You can make your own, which are built, and then you can buy them, which you can get like cheap. Just filters, yeah. So built, high quality, low quality, new, no brand, OEM, and used. So built, you get 85% durability, high quality, 100%, low quality, 55, no brand, 35. Fuck, I wouldn't even bother with that. And OEM is 90, and used filter. Now that's getting cheap. You start reusing oil filters. But yeah, it's a lot easier to go over front to back of this plant here than it is to go through front and back of this plant, considering this is a 2x plant. So everything, when you put stuff in the hopper, it runs through all of this twice as fast as what it would if you did it single-wise. This plant is a 6x plant. So I literally take a haul truck, like a full haul truck. Where did I park that truck? I didn't park the truck. Okay. But yeah, I would take a full haul truck, dump it in there, and all of the material would run through this entire plant in less than a minute. If I was to take that haul truck and dump it into this hopper and run it through this plant, it would probably take a good 15 to 20 minutes. So, but like I said, this is literally just the easy way for me to explain how this works, because I've been asked a lot. And like I said, if I'm gonna, I'll run in here and show what I'm talking about when it comes to trying to explain how this stuff is set up. So you got the beginning of the process. So you go from the hopper conveyor system, which literally goes this way, up there, turns around, comes back. So 1, 2, 3, go that way. Then they turn around and it goes 1, 2, 3, comes back. The conveyors go up this way, turn around and go in here. So then you get all 6 conveyors. All 6 conveyors running in here. Then they go to elevators. Elevator goes up and up onto the 3rd floor. So you get coal screen. Like I said, there's 6 of them. So it's coal screen, then it goes up into the trommel. Then the trommel leads down to the shaker screen. Then the shaker screen goes down into these elevators, which end up going up and up, like, and then around and up some more and around some more, and like it gets complicated. And then it leads into more elevators that go up into the jaw crusher, cone crusher, storage, frother. Then it goes up and around and up and around and around into high temp, regular smelter, bar roller, and then up and around and around and around, and then it goes down and then goes out. So again, it makes it really complicated to try and explain how this shit works with this plant. So because I've been asked about it so many times, I just decided I'm going to build it from start to finish, and you can see it all right there. And like I said, storage, tailings, this is basically what will be my road material. Because what I do eventually plan on doing when I get either enough time or enough people in here that want to help out, I am going to be coming in here, and this entire haul road, I'm going to be doing this. And the reason behind it, as weird or stupid as it might sound, the reason I want to cover the entire haul road in this stuff is because looking at this material as opposed to looking at the coal material that's on the road, or the solid rock, the iron ore, and all of that kind of stuff that's on the haul road, I would rather see tailings than see this material, because this material is too tempting to look at and want to dig it all up. Like, I'm tempted to dig it all up and then put it all back down again as this stuff, but that is way too much work. And at no point do I want to mess around with it that bad. So I'd rather just make it look less expensive and just keep it as the as this material here. But again, like you just seen there, just to get that, like this spot right here, now imagine to do that all the way around there, all the way around there, and all the way down there, and to continue on the farther down into this pit that I end up going, because like I've said before, my plan, so this dump is going to be here pretty much forever, as far as the plan goes for now. This is where this is going to stay. So the road comes this way, that way, and right about there. This is pretty much what I would call the permanent haul road. Again, for right now, that's the plan. Permanent haul road. Then the road here is going to go and continue going down and down and down until, like, so my also plan is eventually get this bagger in here to remove this wall, all of this material here, to open up this area to be able to dig farther that way. So I'm planning on having, the more we go down, so this shelf here that these haul trucks are sitting in, I am hoping to open that area up, so that level here. So I'm planning on removing all of, well, another example, we had the bagger in here that cleared out essentially this entire area here was all at that height at one time, and then we got the bagger in here and the trucks and all of that kind of stuff to clear out this area like we did here. I'm hoping to do this all again at that height where those trucks are, and then once we get all of this dug out and possibly a good chunk of this dug out, then I'm going to go down another shelf, so go down the same thing as this here one more time, and when I go down that much more, this haul road here, or ramp, is going to end up ending probably about here instead of ending right about there. So it's just going to continue to go on down and down and down and down and down, and depending on how far I go that way will also depend on when I turn, and then do the same thing this way, this, or like this, only over there. And I think that's what I will end up doing, is I'll go, so flat from this way, go across here, make this ramp go down until it comes to this bend here. Once I do that bend, then I'm going to do a flat road that goes across and then start the ramp to go down again. That'll come up on this side. And I'm still undecided on whether I'm going to cut this outhang in half. Might cut it from about here. Remove this material on this side and make the pit, make the turn and then come down, and that ramp will continue on going down this way, and it's going to continue to go down until I get close to that wall over there. So it'll be this wall, not this one, but this wall, and then cut across this way and then do a ramp that goes down that way, and rinse and repeat that process until I either find out what the bottom of the map looks like or whatever is going to impede me from digging any farther, whichever one comes first. That's the plan. And like I've said 100 times before, plans change. They often change frequently in this map, but that's the idea so far. Is it's literally going to be a spiral pit. So again, the dump point, this is the haul road that goes down here, goes this way and this way. So the plan, if I can get this bagger to come in here and let's say dig this to about here, I'd say that'd probably be a nice area to clean out. So get the bagger to come in somewhere around here, and what we'll do is I'll clean out this area to look like that wall here, the one that the bagger did. So this wall, and maybe even just stage it up, make it look like this one and then this one and this one up like that, instead of this big solid wall. But the only reason that I have this big wall here, I don't want to dig any farther up that way, because that is really starting to get like this, and it isn't really very helpful to try and get that. Actually, I might even do that later on anyway. Get a bagger set up there and just dig across and start shelving that out. So turn it into one here, and then another one, and then another one, and another one, until probably eventually remove the mountain. But that's probably going to happen in a couple years at this point, at the rate that I'm going. But, so, yeah. So get this bagger here, or a bagger, to clean out this area up this way. Get this haul road to come here, so this is flat this way, and then right here is where the ramp starts to go down. So if this is where I'm going to end that wall, I'm going to get this ramp to continue on down to about here, and then turn and do a flat, and then if I have half of this cut out, I'm just going to turn and then do the haul road to about here, so the ramp will come down to about this, and then do another turn, and then have this ramp come down until I get to where the wall like this ends here, and then turn and rinse and repeat. So it'll be a flat section, a lower flat section here, another flat section here, until I get to the bottom of whatever there is to the map. I've been told that it's fog, which I've never seen it, so I don't know. It could be anything like Minecraft, where you come down to bedrock, can't dig any farther. Like I said, I don't know, I haven't seen it. But that's the plan. So here, that way, across, down, until I get to whatever bottom middle ground there is down here. If I hit the nether, awesome. Which, sure there isn't one in this game, but if I find it, awesome. And I do not like using this machine. For anybody that's new around here that doesn't realize that, this machine, it moves a lot of material. I will definitely give it that. It is so bloody boring to operate, it's not even funny. It is literally like watching paint dry. I use that machine and I use this, which is literally just socket set bits in one of their little contraptions. I literally place this on the shift key and this on the D key to go one way, or this on the shift key and this on the A key to go the other way. That's my cruise control for that machine. And like I said, it's so boring. But like I said, it moves a lot of material. So in like the last, I'd say 3 streams now, I have moved probably from here to where that shovel is now. So all the material from this height there, and we managed to make this ramp a little less, have a little less of a pitch to it. And in the amount of time that it's taken us to do that and dig this all out here, I would have dug out, if I put that bagger in front of this shelf here, I would have that entire shelf dug all the way back to that wall in half of that time. So it moves a lot of material. But like I said, it's boring. And me and another streamer have confirmed the statement of it. It's essentially a stream killer. Nobody wants to sit there and watch you operate that thing. Unless they're just dedicated viewers that are not necessarily just there to watch you operate your equipment, then there's some people that are in here watching to get pointers on the game, things like that, which is all right too, because if you're operating that thing, you've got plenty of time to talk to the viewer, plenty of time to interact, because that's the only thing you can do. There's nothing else for you to, like, as far as I'm concerned, it's not entertaining to operate that bagger, but it does need to be done sometimes. I'm just happy that I can get a good rhythm going with this machine. Make it look nice and fluid and not all... My god, you guys should have seen when I was first trying to operate this machine with the controllers and stuff. I just could not get it at all for the life of me. Like, my brain and the buttons and the direction and everything, it just didn't compute. It did not want to work whatsoever. It's like my head could not grasp the idea of the joystick goes this way in order for the arm to go that way. And now it's just seems to be fine. Back up a little. Do it again. I am on an uneven surface. That is the reason behind this thing doing this little kick back and forth. I feel like I'm operating a teeter-totter rather than a friggin' excavator. But if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to like the stream. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there is a link in the description below. I already said that, didn't I? My brain, not there. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, that's what I was trying to get at next. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you run truck and or roller, so this thing or that thing I'm about to come up on, until deemed competent or prove you're not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. And I am streaming on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. If you join the Discord, which is also in the description below, you will see all of the links to the platforms, and I'm trying to multitask here while thinking about that. But yeah, you can find all the links to everything there. I only need one turbo, not 34. Now, please don't do what it did yesterday. Yesterday I had one truck that was broke down for pretty much the entirety of the stream because of the fact that I couldn't do this. Every time I went to bring this type of window up, it only brought up half of the window. It didn't bring up the truck part of the window. And that's something else too. I swear that the people who made this game have a light fetish. I'm surprised there's 2 slots here. Actually, no, that's right. There would have technically only been one slot, but the person who decided to make this truck, or paint this truck, decided that they wanted to add a GPS to it. Don't know why. The GPS is only good for your heights and stuff like that. It's not GPS like you would think with a fleet of having a GPS set up on it. I don't know where all of the vehicles are, nor do I care where they are, as long as they're not in your pocket. But they seem to fill up every single light slot. Same thing with the loaders, and the loaders have more light slots, and they filled them all up. But they got a light fetish, and then they take some stuff way too literal. They go smack that with a shovel. So you're literally beating dirt into submission. So yeah, if you see in the top right corner, I just dumped this. You'll see the top right corner when the numbers start to go up. That's when all of the material that I just put into that dump goes through that 6 times plant and then starts to pump out. which it usually starts right before I even get a chance to turn this thing around. There you go. So the money is going up. So as you can see right there, see how there's dirt coming out of the, right next to that pickup truck? There's dirt coming out of the thing behind it. So everything I just dumped, and then you can see up in the top shelf, all of the boxes that are there, that's the bars that are getting run through the plant. But everything that I just dumped, you will, once the numbers stop going up, that's when that load has been processed. And that just tells you how fast the plant works. A lot of times it's usually done before I get a chance to make it back to the pit. Okay, or the game's gonna make a liar out of me this time. I might as well just continue filling up the truck that I got started here. Okay, so it's not running anymore. So that's one truck done, processed. Actually surprised as to how much. Oh, and now I'm auto-saving. This is usually when I go on with that spiel of the, if you're liking the stream, do all that stuff. But since I only just went over it, I'm not going to go over it again until the next time around. Instead, I'm going to walk around here and start placing dynamite. No, I'm not. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to start placing blocks because I can while it's saving. There we go. One of these days I should get a Somebody should get into the roller and just try and roll out all of this area. Be nice. It's another machine that needs to be used, but my god is it ever boring as well. You're literally just sitting there and all you hear is ding 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 the entire friggin' time you're gone. And the funny thing is, if you were standing in next to this machine in real life and you hear the idle of the engine, it does not get louder in the cab. It's actually quieter in the cab. Especially with this, like this loader or the haul trucks, things like that. They all have, I'm not saying that they're soundproofed or insulated to the point where you can't hear them at all, but the noise is muffled a lot more than it is louder, for instance. Some of the equipment, you still, the sites out here make it that you have to wear earplugs and stuff like that, but the equipment itself is still quieter in the cab than it is outside of the cab. And for anybody asking, no, I do not do the cab. The reason I don't do this view is that right there. The mirrors have absolutely no function. They're just there. And you can get a cab view of every piece of equipment. But I just don't see any purpose in going in cab view if, I mean, I can't use the mirrors. Because I'd love to run the truck in cab view if I could. But again, in order to back up that truck to the shovel, or even know when you can unload it at the dump, at the crusher that's there, like it just doesn't work. But I love playing this game though. This game is, there's a bunch of bugs that I would say. Not necessarily bugs, actually. It'd be more personal gripes as far as I'm concerned. But again, the gripes that I have with this game, one of my main ones is the mirrors. But if that's one of my main ones, then if that's the worst that I can say that this game has a problem with, then you can just see how good this game actually is. It's like they do and have done an awesome job making this game. Now again, in reality, the equivalent of this loader to the truck is what the truck to that shovel should be, size-wise. That shovel is supposed to make this truck look tiny, not the other way around. Let's start filling another truck. That's probably what I'll end up doing. I'll clean everything up and use all of these trucks that are here for that purpose. And then I'll just use the white truck there for the shovel. When the shovel fills the truck, I'll empty it. When the trucks are all full from the cleanup, then I'll empty them. That way I'm not just stuck doing one thing over and that's it, right? Then I can switch things up and move back and forth to other equipment. Because I know it'll get a little boring and tedious if all you see is me operating loader, or all I'm doing is operating the excavator. It also doesn't help that the ground is not exactly even before I even start using the loader. But is what it is. Like I said before, as long as... So the ramp itself is not going to be... I'd hope to smooth it out a bit more, because as you can see, the way this ramp is sitting right now, like, where I'm standing is a pit. Over here is another pit. This is a high point here. This section here is a pit, and then the high point kind of goes across this way. This spot that I'm standing on is another high point. And I'm not saying that it's the part that the trucks will slow down on the high points. So if we can manage to smooth out... Actually, I'm not doing too bad on that already. I would just like to see maybe getting the get the high points closer to the low points. And if I can get that, then these trucks might not gear down so fast. I can do this on, so fourth gear is the highest gear that these trucks go in. If I can get it, because it does gear down to third sometimes, and sometimes it gears down to second. And when it gears down to second, it gets into like a crawl. So if I can get it to at maximum come down to third, nothing lower than third, that'd be nice. And it doesn't matter what way I approach the ramp then when it does that either. Would be nice. But again, in order for that to happen, I would need to... I don't know. I wish there was like a laser kind of thing set up. Did you see that lump right there? And then there's a lump right there. I don't really care too much about this lump because I'm pretty much going to be scooping out all of this area later on. So this part's going to look kind of off anyway. Kind of like how it goes and drops and then it's a loop and then it drops and it does, and it almost does this as it's coming down. Which won't really matter because, like I said, this here is going to look like a wall, or it's going to be a wall, and then this is all going to get cut to just be a ramp at some point. Once this is all dug out here completely, I'm going to leave this like it is for now because I'm thinking I'm going to end up needing to put that shovel up there and dig out this section, kind of like how I'm doing this here. So at that point, I'm gonna need access to get up there, and in order to do that, I'm gonna have to come in through where I'm coming in through here. But besides that, I mean, it's smooth-ish. Like it's not extremely rough. Actually, I don't think any of the road areas that we've dug out are rough necessarily. Probably not the smoothest, but I think this here is probably like the roughest style that you'll get, where you get from where the bucket scraped an edge. But I mean, besides that, it's not too bad. Alright, let's continue cleaning this up. Like I said, I'd still like to get that ramp a little bit better, but it's a work in progress. this out pretty good. See, I got too many scoops left until this truck is full. Of course it broke. This machine is just eating the friggin' parts. I have a slight feeling that I think that the way that this works, so I know my camera is covering it up. Down in the bottom left corner of the map, or the screen, it shows me how many hours this machine has been running or being used. This machine is at 46 hours, and that's real-time hours. So this thing has been used for 46 hours. I have a slight feeling that if a machine goes over something like 10 hours, it starts to use up the parts faster. Because this thing is just chewing through the parts. Same thing as a couple of these trucks. A couple of these trucks only have maybe a couple hours, and they haven't broke down yet. And a few of them have been ran for longer than that. Actually, how many does this white truck have now? White truck is at 3 hours, and I had to replace a part once. And as you can see, this thing's replaced parts so many times. You see my inventory of how many of the parts that I can replace on it now. Like, I've decided to full-blown stock up on them for this thing. That's how often it chews through them. Coming up on some solid stone there. This loader might have a problem digging it. We'll see. Come on. And I think that truck is now full. All the acrobatics that I had to just pull in order to get that last load into it. that dirt that's on the left side is what happens when trucks are parked too close together in this game and you fill the truck next to them. It automatically thinks that you have like a double width size box parked there. So, Ice, what games are you playing now? I mean, you did say earlier you were playing lots of games. I just... Like, is there a main one that you're playing right now, or... Dead by Daylight and Contraband Police. I've seen some people playing them. Not my kind of cup of tea, but they're... The Contraband Police is literally just the one where you run up to people and you're kind of asking them basically the search and whatever, and sometimes you find stuff, sometimes you can, and sometimes you're breaking a lot of rules, and a lot of what real cops would be breaking a lot of rules doing. And Dead by Daylight is the run around and make a generator work while you're running away from a horror fictional character. But, yeah. I don't play Survivor. Ah. You like making everybody panic. So there's a couple people that I knew that were playing that quite frequently. The one person that got me into streaming, who is no longer streaming, he did a very, very bad thing that got him put in jail, and his guessing would be ex-wife now, especially after the shit that he did. She played for a while. I haven't seen her streaming in a bit either, but I've seen them playing the Dead by Daylight. The only thing is, most of the time when I seen them playing it, they were playing as survivors. Well, watching Killer is better than watching Survivor. Yeah, I think most well, Yeah, I honestly think it'd be that way. I think I'd rather watch somebody try and catch someone and then encouraging them like, come on, hurry up and get them, or things like that, than watching somebody try and not blow up a generator. I still don't get. I guess I don't get the game myself. It's like you're literally running around trying to fix a generator. Meanwhile, as the killer, you are literally just trying to get the people that are around you to do exactly that. Kill them. Now, is this going to reach? Yes. Perfect. Just barely, though. Okay, I think I'm gonna scoop out the area that I'm currently digging. And then I'm gonna move this machine over. Get the area to my right, and then... So, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, click that like button. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below saying you're interested, and I will do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you're not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share this stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might be interested in this kind of content. The more, the merrier. Yeah, survivors have to repair 5 gens to escape. Killer's job is to prevent that, but it's also 1 versus 4, so it's challenging. Yeah, challenging in regards to you, but at the same time, isn't it, once you... What is there? There's one there where you put them up on a hook. And once you get them up on a hook for either... Is it a certain amount of times, or or a certain amount of time? Like, if they're on the hook for a certain amount of time, they go. And is it, if you put them on that hook so many times, they just go as well? wife was talking to me. Alright. Hook 3 times is a killer, but if you don't get rescued, their times are... Yeah. So it's put up on a hook. I know I'm pulling these numbers out of my ass, but get put up on a hook, you got 30 seconds to be rescued, or you go, and your time runs out, or you get put on the hook 3 times. Now, is that third time an instant gone, or is that third time is you still have the same amount of... Like third time on the hook, it just goes up instant. Okay. Yeah, again, when the people that I knew were playing that game, they, well, the guy that I played with, I was playing the game GTA with him. So it wasn't exactly one of those, when he was playing Dead by Daylight, I was still playing GTA. So I kind of looked into his stream a little bit, but I never really followed it too much. And the same thing with her. I never followed it too much with that one either. So I knew that they made, or they had to repair generators, and then avoid somebody killing them. That was pretty much the extent of my education of the game. And I knew when you got grabbed by the killer, you got put up on a spike. And I knew so many times got you out, and so much time got you out, but I just didn't know how many or... I mean, there's a lot of games I have played, streamed, tried to get a following on, and things like that, and I managed to get, what is it, affiliate with Twitch playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. The MMORPG, not the not PlayStation's, I think it was PlayStation's, not PlayStation's game that they came out with the story, but the MMORPG one, the one that people are still apparently playing, but a lot of people have stopped playing because they went to the wayside. Same thing as WoW. Still a lot of people playing it, but a lot of the veterans that used to play it do not play it anymore because of the way that they changed quite a portion of it for the worst. That's something too. I still... again, like I said there the other day when you messaged, the message just before that was 2014. And my brain right now still wants to call you Iceman SRT. Well, you wanted to change your name in WoW? You've had it as that name for that long that I don't think anybody would know who the hell you were if you changed it. But I think everybody disbanded. Well, I mean, we disbanded that all back in, what, 2012? I think Fook still plays. Tat, I think, still plays. Or as you used to always call her, Tit. And, I remember if you were... Yeah. Fook's wife. I don't know if you remember, well, I know of him as Alf. He played as, the Tulk at the time that we were all playing. And he changed the name of that character. His Prot Warrior. He changed his Tauren Prot Warrior. He changed the name of that character to Beatable Meat. But I think you would also know of him as, if he was around at that time, you would have known him as Mighty Noob, or, I don't think he changed it to Dot Matrix. I think he kept it as Mighty Noob at the time. He's actually one of my real friends, IRL. He just lives in a city a few hours away now instead of the same city. And I think that truck is full. Yes, it is. Who's the other guy? Badass Fred. At the time when we were playing together, he was married to Badass Stella. What else? Cleo, Julius. I'm trying to remember. I think that was the main group of the. I want to call them tribe, but it's not tribe. Ark is tribe. WoW is guild. I think I still have all of them on Facebook except for Stella. I think when Fred and Stella split, Fred stuck around, Stella didn't. Joey, or Horde Man. Still surprised that I remember these names. How's it going, Split? Long time no talk. Still alive. Finally got the confirmation that I will be getting CPPD and that massive pile of crap that went along with it. I actually talked to my lawyer and he told me to basically accept and withdraw the appeal. I'm actually surprised about how he went about telling me to do that. I thought he was going to be telling me to accept without withdrawing the appeal, but apparently because the decision was already made, kind of, to just go ahead and get the ball rolling. But getting that, apparently, last week I got confirmation from the specialist that I'll be going in for another fucking fusion surgery in my neck. So I will now be going from a vertebrae of 4, then a disc, then it goes 5, 6, and then a disc, and then 7. I'm going to be going 4, disc, 5, 6, 7, then a disc. If I have to go through a few more of them, I'm going to look like somebody shoved a stick straight up my ass and hit me in the fucking tonsils with it. I'll start walking around looking like this and having to turn around like this. But it is what it is. Degenerative disc disease sucks, especially when it comes to this kind of crap. And like I said before, if they were to have taken an x-ray and knew that this was the case from the beginning, they could have gave me a list of jobs not to do, and I basically turned that into a fucking checklist. So, but it is what it is. I'm taking a page out of your book on your map and doing the excavator / loader digging instead of cable bucket. I'm not looking at it, making it look at all smooth like you do, but, or in comparison, but. And the ground is nowhere near as smooth as yours, but. You have the same thing, what, degenerative disc disease, or the fusion, or both, or all the above? Yeah. Well, I, in 2018, had a herniated disc in my neck in between 5-6 C-spine. Caused a myelopathy. And the fact that I can pronounce that now is just tells you how many times I've heard it and had to say it now. I don't trip over my own tongue saying it. But had a fusion done in 2018 to take care of said herniated disc in my neck. Basically around 2021, had an MRI that said I have degenerative disc disease, I had bone spurs, arthritis, all through my spine. And basically at that time I was operating haul truck. The company that I was working for looked at me and said, absolutely not. There is no way we can keep you operating this equipment in that condition. So they medically laid me off, and then I basically had to go and try after that to get disability. I have not worked since. And in the process of not working since 2021, I still managed to get 2 more herniated discs in my neck. One is at the 4-5 vertebrae, and the other one is at the 6-7 vertebrae. The 6-7 vertebrae is another one that's causing another myelopathy. So that's the one that my specialist is saying he's going to put me in to get surgery to get fused and get that disc removed. But because of the degenerative disc disease, he was saying that he's not going to go and do, even though he's already in there, which I kind of don't understand, but it's probably because of the degenerativeness of the discs, but or the vertebrae. But apparently he's not going to be doing the 4-5. He's just doing the 6-7 because he said that there's a chance that I might not end up needing it later, and doing this surgery might fix it, and there's a chance that I might end up having to go back anyway eventually to get another surgery. So doing this surgery now is all it's going to do is just cause more scar tissue and possibly more issues down the road. So it is what it is. The only thing that I hate is the fact that the nerve pain and stuff like that that I have feels almost like a burn at this point. And it's a burn that goes down half of my arm instead of the full length of my, like it, from my pinky finger to middle finger to my elbow. I'm getting like a burn feeling instead of my whole arm. So it's really fucking annoying. Yeah. So yeah, what you were talking about there, Split, when it came to get a lawyer, I already had one lined up. He's been helping me ever since then, and that's pretty much what he said, was because the decision was kind of already made. The only thing that really annoyed me when it came to how they went about it, it literally was, I appealed. So I applied for CPPD. I got denied. I appealed. They denied. I appealed again. They denied. So then I went to the tribunal, and the best way that I explained it to everybody that I've talked to since, it's basically like you're standing in front of a criminal that is about to commit a crime. CPPD is said criminal. And they're about to commit the crime, and I say, don't do that or I'm going to call the cops. Cops being the tribunal. They look at me and they say, no, you won't, calling my bluff, and then they go ahead and try and do what they're doing. I say, fine, I have 911 dialed, and as soon as I'm about to hit send, they look at me and say, oh, never mind, we changed our mind. That's basically how this turned out. As soon as it went to the tribunal, they come back saying, we changed our mind. It's almost like, oop, the boss just got called, time for us to actually do our job now. If it wasn't for me going to the tribunal, they would have sat there and fucking screwed me over every day that they possibly could until I gave up, which, like I said, I've been off since 2021. I've got nothing but fucking time. Yeah. I'm just surprised at the fact that, because the option that I had available to me was, one was accept the appeal and remove the, or accept the answer and remove the appeal. The other option was to accept but leave the appeal so that it would still go to the tribunal and have them process through it and make a final decision. And then the last one is just let them make the decision, period. I'm surprised he didn't give me the option to keep the appeal in. But according to him, the way that that would have worked is I still would have a very, very slim chance, but a chance nonetheless, of the tribunal coming back and saying, no, we actually do accept the decision of CPPD in denying you. So there's a very, very, very slim chance, but there's that chance nonetheless. And it depends on who it is that got a hold of it. They might have been on the same fucking book of, hey, the more I deny, the better bonus I get in the end of the year. Because that's the way I think CPPD works. It's the more that they deny, they get a bonus. They'll never tell you that that's the case, but I still feel that it is. But that's the way I looked at it. But he did tell me to do that, so now all I'm doing is waiting for them to get back to me on that. Another thing I can't stand about it is I appeal, They tell me I have 30 days to get back to them. But they have 6 to 18 months to get back to me. And then when they make their decision and they come back saying, here's our decision, like every time I was appealing, it was, here's your appeal, or I appeal. They come back with, okay, so you're appealing, you have 30 days to get back, but we'll get back to you in 6 months, 6 to 18 months, and then it's, okay, we made a decision, we're denying you again, now you have 30 days to get back to us. It's like, we're gonna drag our fucking feet, but you have to hurry up. We're gonna drag our feet again, but you have to hurry up. And then people wonder why the stipulation of the government is shit, is one of those statements that everybody says. Well, they're living up to the fucking stipulation. If they don't want people to think that way, then they need to stop being that way. And it's even funnier too when it comes to, because the way the government works, they don't understand what technology is. They don't do email, they only do paper mail. So anytime you get anything that needs to be filled out or whatever, they won't send it to you in an email, they'll send it to you through the mail. Oh, it's probably the exact same concept, but then the paperwork that I needed to fill out to basically accept or deny, or accept and deny, I guess, the appeal, they were to have sent that to me, Canada Post, another extremely useless company, and that was on the 6th of last month. I still have not physically received the paperwork that they were supposed to be sending me. But if it wasn't for me being the annoyance that I like to be when it comes to trying to get this stuff rolling, I call them, tell them I haven't received it. They tell me to wait a couple days. I call them a couple days later and tell them I still haven't received it, on and on and on. I nag the living shit out of them. They want to fuck me over. I'm going to return the favor. And after, I think it was at least 2 weeks of me calling them saying I still have not received this paperwork that you were supposed to have sent me, they said, okay, well, we'll send it to Service Canada, basically the government building. We'll send the paperwork to them so that they can print it off for you to fill out and bring back to them. And do you think that was a simple fucking process? Yeah, right. Again, another problem with that process was I went there and said, I was told you guys have received an email stating that the paperwork that is under my name should be here for you guys to print off. The lady basically needed to research the fucking atom in order to find this email to print off the paperwork. And according to the person I was talking to on the phone, she said it was a simple process. They had a big bulletin on top of my name saying that this was the paperwork. It took her over 20 minutes to go through all of the fucking files, previous files and everything else under my name in order to find said paperwork. And I still haven't received the papers. And now apparently I'm not even receiving mail. I live in an apartment building, so they have the large wall basically of everybody's suite and every little slot of their mailbox, and I'm noticing that every single suite except for mine is getting mail, like even junk mail, flyers and all of that kind of stuff. And no, before anybody wants to say it, my mailbox hasn't been broken into, nobody else has a key to it, and like there's absolutely no reason I shouldn't be getting something in the mailbox. But haven't got anything. And then I even called the fucking Canada Post and asked them why, and I'm still waiting on a phone call back from apparently their manager to tell me that as to why I'm either not receiving the mail, the reason behind it, or the sorry, we don't know why kind of answer. Which, with Canada Post, I wouldn't be surprised if they say, well, we had somebody that told us that we sent it down there. You have been getting mail. To turn out and find out that they're putting it in the wrong fucking slot or something. But it's just can't catch a break. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch a break. I either get the government fucking me over, or the post office fucking me over, or the landlord of the apartment building I live in fucking me over. But if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, click that like button, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck, give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. And the more people I get in here, the better chance I have of actually being able to make a living off of this. Because if I have to depend on the government, my god, I got a better chance of living in a fucking cardboard box on Main Street at this point. And being proficient at it at this point. By the time it's all said and done. Or I could always listen to fucking Kick's spam bullshit and go pay for viewers. Apparently that's a real good process. Fucking morons. That's all I want to do now. Like, what's the purpose of streaming if I'm going to just buy all my viewers? Like, I don't see any purpose about it at all, really. It's... The people that want to do the whole, well, it makes you look more popular. It's like, okay, so somebody hops in my stream, they see that I have 300 viewers. Just an example. 300 viewers. It's like, oh, this guy must be really good. And then they come in here, and if I'm not up to that standard, then they look at it and go, what the fuck? And then they immediately jump to the, he's basically bot spamming. It's like, no. Do not see any purpose behind that, because at the same time it would also fuck over a reputation that I would be trying to get, and the reputation of being a bot spammer at the very beginning of said potential career. No, that's definitely not what I want to do. There's some people out there that I'm getting a kick out of. I went and did it once. Somebody spammed come to my channel bullshit. I went in there to see what the hell was going on. Like, see if this guy even had a fucking clue that it was happening, or if somebody was just bot spamming him. And the first thing, as soon as I hop in the channel, the first thing I get from the guy is like, oh, who would have known that all this viewership would have been caused by drama? Or hate views. Because his fucking bot spam was, join this channel, it's better. Or my channel's better bullshit. It's like, so the first thing I did was go in there to try and, like, ream the fucker out. And the first words that came out of the idiot's mouth as soon as I got on there, never even had a chance to type anything, was, who would have thought viewership was this good from hate views? So you got about 5 seconds worth of fucking my view, and then that was it. And then I reported his ass, obviously, because there's no fucking need for that. If that's literally what you want your career to be run off of, you shouldn't be on any platform at all. It's one thing to speak your opinion and have people not like you for your opinion, because there's always a 50-50 of people are gonna agree with your opinion and people are not gonna agree with your opinion. And personally, the way I look at it, if you agree, you agree. If you don't, you don't. I'm not gonna sit here and beg for you to agree with me on anything. You either do or you don't. And there's no way I'll change for that either. Because at the same time, like I've said before, I'm not going to sit here and look at you and say, well, I agree with this because you agree with it. Because then that's a lie. And I'm not going to get into that because I've said it before. That's too much to fucking remember. And if later on down the road I do get a bunch of viewers, for instance, and then all of a sudden I get like, oh, you said this the last stream, but you said this 3 streams ago, and you said that a couple other. It's like, nope, not gonna happen. I see enough of that drama on the other platforms that I've been queued in on. Like one dipshit that shocked his fucking dog. All because he wanted the damn thing as a basically backdrop to his fucking stream. The dog got up to move, he has a shock collar on the fucking dog, and he zapped it. And nobody can tell me otherwise. There's enough people that have picked that apart so many fucking times, and if you open your eyes and see it, you fucking know that's what happened. But to have a reputation like that, it just, I don't need it or want it. And to gain the followers and viewers that I have are going to be gained organically, or they're not going to be gained at all. And that's the way I look at it. You either stick around because you like to be here, or you don't. That's it. You're not going to be here because you're a computer program or a random computer. Or some fucking business that literally just runs off of bots. Because again, like I said, I don't see the purpose behind it. I don't see how it's beneficial. That's the main one. It's like, it'd be different if I knew, if you were purchase this, and again, another reason that I won't even do that, there's people out there that are promoters, channel promoters, which if it was done right, these people will literally take your channel, go to other platforms and things like that and promote them sensibly. Which, if they did that and I knew that they were able to do that properly, then I would probably look into that. I tried it once. I did it with one guy, and literally all the damn thing did was bot spam my account. And that was back when I first started Twitch. And I think I had like less than 20 followers at the time. And I went and thought, hey, that would have been a good idea. Promote my channel, get a bunch of people to actually see what I'm about and all that kind of stuff. And I went from 20 viewers or 20 followers literally into 65 followers within like the last couple minutes. Like, it literally went, this person joined, this person's now following. There's no chats. And I literally went after the guy and said, because what it ended up being was, and I seen the cues that told me that this was happening. It was 4 random letters. So it looked like the first initial of a name, then 3 letters of the last name, and then 4 numbers of every single person that fucking followed. Like, if you look at Twitch, where the way the layout of Twitch is on the screen, it'll show you how people, like, this person followed, or this person did a hydrate bit, so on and so forth. It literally showed a lineup of like 30 plus people that started following, and the trend was random letter, random 3 letters, so capital letter, lowercase, capital, and then 4 numbers. And they were all random things like that. Every single name that came up. So I went to the person that was supposed to be the promoter, and I said, "You bot spam my account." They're like, "No, I didn't. I went into this and that and something else," and I was like, "No, you didn't. Like, there's no point in bullshitting me. I could see it." So I was lucky. I think I only spent like $20 or something like that on it, on the promoter. And I'm happy that Twitch did a thing after where they basically cleansed it, so I didn't have to worry about it. It's not like something where I got a mark or anything on my name in regards to the channel because of something like that. It was completely out of my control. And I think people like Osmongold and the other dipshit that I was talking about that shocks his dog, I'm not even going to say his fucking name because he's a useless piece of shit. But people like that, they're talking about that stuff where the bot spamming is getting bad and things like that, or account spamming. And I'm happy I haven't had it happen in a long time, because when that happens too, I do have the notification thing turned on when somebody follows. And when that happened, it basically blew it up. It broke it. Took 10 minutes for it to go through all of this person followed. And it makes a noise and a chime and things like that when it does it. But I'm happy that Twitch decided to go over that. I just wish that other platforms like Kick would figure it out. I also need to find out if there's a way, without having to make separate accounts, to do to get Nightbot on all 3 platforms. I right now have Nightbot on Twitch. I would like to get Nightbot on my YouTube and on Kick. But right now I think the only way for me to be able to do that, I would have to do Nightbot on 1 email per platform or something like that. I'm not 100% sure anymore. It's been a while since I even looked into it, but I think that's how I have to do it, and I really don't like that idea. I have a best way I would put it is business email, which would be Gorox Gaming, and then I have my personal email. And no, I'm not saying that one. I got enough spam on that one already, but I've had it forever. So there's a lot of stuff that I'd like to. Did I even join a Discord? No. Here we go. So yeah, eventually I'd like to have this turn into a good career, but I mean, at the same time, I want it to happen organically. I don't need to pay for viewers or anything like that, because, like I said, that defeats the whole purpose of streaming. If I wanted to do that, I'd just make a stream account and just like, again, I still don't understand the purpose. It's not like it's not like me spending $10 to get $100. Like, fuck, if it worked out that way, I'd do that. They're that dumb. If the platforms are stupid enough to be able to let me do that, then that's something. Fuck, why not? But it's not the case. Oop. Well, I will continue digging with the shovel if you wanna. I'll continue with digging with the shovel anyway, but okay, I was paying attention to when I said that there's lumps. But yeah, Ice, the way that I looked at it when it came to trying to apply, it's like, I do understand the idea behind some people are trying basically to fraud the system. They're just trying, kind of like welfare in a lot of cases. A lot of people that are on welfare definitely fucking shouldn't be. They are literally the I don't want to work, so I'm not, and the government is going to give me money anyway, so why would I do that? If they go and apply for welfare, they get welfare, and that's it. Then they're done working forever. They basically retire and mooch off the government. Those people, there's a lot of people that are applying for like disability and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of people that they do that, and that's it. I understand the emphasis on looking into it. So again, the way I've said it before, when it comes to like me applying for CPPD the first time, I kind of get the. I'll be right back. I gotta run downstairs. I will be right back. yeah, I hate to say the statement, I've kind of figured that, but at the same time, how much of a pain in the ass was it for you to get it? Do not understand this. You got a package on the table. It's probably the thing that you... Yeah. It wasn't delivered by Canada Post, because that's as useful as tits on a bowl. This truck pretty much full. So back this one up. Auto saving. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you drive truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck, give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. Also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this type of content. The more, the merrier. We'll get back to digging. Or placing a wall. Go. I think I'll be good. Doing it again. Operating the excavator, tilt my head, try and see around the bank that's in front of me. And I should just do this. Truck is full. Over there, my jacket. Inside one of the... Huh? Oh. Okay. Okay, now I think I back up some more. Yep. back up somewhere. I'm backing up, literally just reverse, and for some reason it thinks it wants to turn. Because it's not even on a uneven ground, and it still wants to turn. I don't get it. If I was real life, the operator of that truck wouldn't have liked me there. Especially if there was a rock in the bucket or something. Gave them one hell of a jolt. Another full truck. Oh boy. That was probably not one of the better ideas I've had. Like digging right out underneath the tracks. Actually, that's another reason that I'm bouncing around. Alright. I think I'm digging up solid stone here. Yeah. think with this shovel might be a little different. As long as it's like the first of the scoop, I think I can get it. But if I try and continue on through, it brings up. So an area that would normally be 1 bucket full will usually take 2 or 3. That. Wondering if I should hit it with some explosives. What do you think, chat? Explosives? Yeah, explosives. Hopefully, in the process of explosives, I do not blow the excavator off the cliff. I hope I don't. Actually, I'm not even gonna chance it. No, my luck, I'd hit the explosives right next to the truck and it would send the fucking thing flying and make a mess everywhere. I do not want to do that. Okay, so that was not solid rock in any of those, but this was. Looks like I got a good chunk of it anyway. Okay, that works. Split, I don't suppose you're still there, are you? question for you if you are. Guess he's not still there. there's something that you're liking about the stream, don't hesitate to put that in the comments below. If there's something that you're not liking about the stream, don't hesitate to put that in the comments either. If I don't know it's broken, I can't fix it. There's some things that are completely out of my control, and it is what it is with that. But if I can fix it, I will try and fix it. Emphasis on the try. Basically looking at the only streamer that's damn near computer illiterate. Auto-saving. Give me time to empty out a couple of these, or a truck. Might as well empty all of them. Hey look, it's another fucking spam. start parking them all over here so that I can get in there with the loader. myself thinking again. I know, dangerous. I'm wondering if I shouldn't reduce this back down to the 3 hoppers. And then try and cut off a good portion of the overhang that's here. So that when I do decide to turn this around, where this overhang is will technically be the lower haul road that goes around. And leave this part here as the double lane haul road. Just gives me more space in the pit to dig out. Because if I leave that like it is, then that chunk that's there is going to be always there the whole way down. Did you get the right height?
Getting rid of this bulge.
Yeah, I think that's the spot right there that that the truck ends up gearing down. I'm still 4th right now. Well, I mean, I'm also on an angle. I just geared down then. Who would have thought a ramp would be so difficult to make? If the grader worked the way it was supposed to.
Hopefully the next update will be pretty nice.
Yeah. I think they are saying something about their next update is supposed to do something about the dozer and the way dirt moves. Now hopefully when it comes to dozer it'll be the same thing with the grader as well.
One can hope.
Oh, I just had an idea. Wonder if that'll work. you go. It's a squirrel moment. Okay, why? Again, why am I not able to do that? Get that. I'd have to leave it looking like that. I don't know how well I like that though. so that's how I'm gonna have to do this. 0A. Well, I'm gonna have to do it that way, I guess. Yes, this is a major squirrel moment, but it's something that I knew I needed to do. This way, that haul road that eventually will be underneath this can go right underneath it, and then I don't have to revamp the whole this overhang. I won't have to revamp it. I mean, realistically, if you were to slap a haul truck up on here, and the only thing that was holding it was these single concrete blocks, yeah, it would definitely raise a few questions as to how it's supporting them. But in reality, if you were to do this with like rebar and fill in everything in here that way, it would definitely support the haul truck. So So eventually the idea is to make this angle go right down to where this wall will be. So all of this is going to get dug out eventually. And eventually could be next month, next year, a couple of years from now. Never know. It depends on how many people come in here and help out, and or how much I'm doing this on my own. And anything from just operating the truck, driving the truck around when it's full, to even just running around on the roller with it on vibrate. It doesn't really, every little bit is less time that somebody else has to take to do it. So if anybody comes in and wants to do that right off the bat, then it saves so much more time doing other things as well. Auto-saving. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription.
Let me know how that road goes. I'm gonna step away for a minute or two, but I'll still be on.
Okay. I'll test drive it right now, since we're on the saving screen. I'll dump this last truck. But yeah, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that like button, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you're not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And I ask as well, if possible, that you share this stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. Oh, I already had a truck up here. Okay. And after making that wall, I'm thinking I'm going to pull I'm going to take all of that out that I just did and bring it in one more. One thing is I'm going to have to do with ceiling tile and then the slanted roof. And the road, that last one that I went up, it works good. It didn't gear down at all. And if you didn't catch that, I will tell you the same thing when you get back. reason that I want to do this is because the faster that this edge gets to that wall, which should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 blocks down, it should meet the wall. And if I left it out here, it would be 8 blocks down, it would have met the wall. I don't want that. Because the sooner it goes in there, the sooner there's a space for the trucks to go underneath. And I need ceiling tile. I don't know which one's which, so I'm gonna take all of them here. Yeah, I don't think that looks too bad. How's it going, Raving? It's been a long time since you've messaged. Again, I say messaged because I'm not 100% sure on if you just lurked at some point there or not, but it's been a long time since you said hi. And how's it going, David? Another one that I haven't seen in a bit. Lurking is still viewing, so you, by all means, go ahead and do so. It's just for the people that lurk. If you happen to turn the volume down to 1%, it still counts as a view for me. If you mute it or turn the volume down to nothing, that view basically doesn't count, just so you know. Not that I'm saying, oh, absolutely do that. I'm just saying that if the purpose behind you wanting to lurk is because you got a bunch of stuff to do, but you're wanting to give me a view, then having the volume on, let's say, 1% will do that. Having the volume on nothing will not. And only because my OCD says so. At the same time, if I think about it, once I have that placed, I don't really need these on the inside anymore either. Then I don't have to spend a bloody fortune on the concrete blocks to put up another wall. I will already have them. These in here either. Think once I get this wall out of here, go back to digging some more. And I got this all pretty looking. Form and function, but it's also got to look good, right? There we go. Tired, like to sleep, and yeah, I look sometimes. Good to know, as they say, you learn something new every day. Yeah, I can't leave that one like that. Just looks too weird. Okay, so yeah, and yo, and might as well. You and you. That works. Actually, not looking too bad. I think it's going to be a bit weird to dig it out, but hopefully I can. Alright, all of that, and I'm going to go put the trucks back away here now. There. You. So the garbage parts, gravel, dirt. And I can also do in there. Sure, I could do that. That. You. And up them. Not have anything else that I could stack in here. That in the other one. So I got room in here now. Then this stuff. Perfect. And because I don't need all of these tailings in my pocket, let's see if I got enough room to be right back for a second. Alright, I'm back. So why is that stuck on? Because he's... Okay. I got it. It's because he is running the bagger. So let's take all the gold. Copper. Steel. Oh, and silver. Actually, let's just leave I'll do 5 stacks of each. Aluminum. Unless you're in the UK, and then it's aluminium, or what is it? No, Australians are also that too. So we'll do 5, 5. That's all it is, lithium and aluminum. Okay. So that. I'll sell that. So we're at 1,408,000,000, and that's going to change real quick here. $433 million. Now we will do the same over here. So we'll do 5 of each. Lithium, 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 and then the aluminum. $433, and that number is going to go up. $458. Lithium, aluminum, and everything else comes in here. Yeah. So now I gotta. Okay, silicon's done. So let's do 99 rubber. The silicon's still not. Oh, that's because there's no room for it. Okay, let's take that out of there. Put it in there. Good enough. Now let me guess. 999 rubber. Got plenty of space for all of it there. Good. Good. Might as well get the warehouse going. Might just letting this shit sit here. Like rust. Not really, but. Okay, gears. I've got lots of gears being made. Them over here. Yeah, got space there. Okay, and what was I making in here? Bearings. Take the bearings, put them over here as well. That's not gonna work. Might work. It's definitely gonna take a while, but if I see 575, then I will be good. If I don't see 575, 575, then how long does it take for one of them? 25. Auto saving. Alright, so if I come back here, that's gears. That as well. And that one's bearings. That as well. I got no other parts in here. I got no other parts in there. So I got turbos, rams, put them there. And the rams, put them in there. Oh, no. Okay, click there, then shift click. Okay, that should work. Park these back over there. Oh, actually, no, that's what I was going to do too. I don't need all these tailings in my pocket. I only need one stack right now. Perfect. Now I can hold on to a bunch of stuff and not have to worry if I'm gonna have all the inventory space for it or not. And that's looking good down there. I am still wondering if I should bring back that wall a little bit. Maybe back where Kyle's got the blocks. Make that the turnaround point. I might end up leaving that the way it is. I'm not 100% sure yet.
What?
You could get the other bagger out and just move that wall forward.
Or the wall next to you, closer to me. Like the one in front of the haul truck right now, that wall? Because that's the only wall that bagger is going to be going on. It's certainly not going and using it up against next to where
I'm
that
talking
plant
the
is.
one that's by me that goes straight to that wall. You'd have more dirt to process.
Yeah. Yeah, I
No.
think that was the plan. You're talking this wall here, right? Okay.
The one I'm walking to right now.
Yeah.
This wall here.
Yeah, the one I'm pointing at on stream.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the plan, was eventually get a bagger in there to take out that. It's just that this is going to be kind of a rectangle type of pit. And even then, well, I would say by the time the haul road is going to be going under where that turnaround point is, this angle that I have going on will definitely be meeting the wall a long time ago. But because that wall out there, I'm planning on probably going out maybe twice as far as what you've got the bagger going right now, like where your deepest part of the cut far away from me is, probably twice that, and then bring all of that back to basically the retaining wall next to the city, and that'll be pit number 1. And then anything after that, we'll probably just start another pit and go from there.
Okay. I got my wife calling me. I gotta take this phone call quick.
Okay. Gonna go get a couple of the ceiling tiles. And try and save some of that stretched out staircase part. I don't know what the difference is between the ceiling and the steel floor. Let's see. So that's the ceiling. Okay, steel floor it is. Steel floor, let's just do 10. Shouldn't be any more than that. Make me a little dizzy when I do what I'm about to do, but it's going to save me a little bit of space with this dragged out part. And then I can just continue on down when I do dig down underneath it. Which will eventually happen. Alright. Put that in there. Now I need... Probably gonna need a whole lot more of them, but... Okay. Okay, I think that's everything there. There we go. Okay. So yeah, when I dig out the floor, all I gotta do is put another one of those, another staircase that goes down, and then rinse and repeat this process, and that could go on forever. Instead of it going dragged right on out that way, one long continuous staircase, and that will actually work there. And like Kyle was saying, I'm eventually going to need to put a bagger in here and dig out this wall. And I think the way that... Actually, I'm going to just go up and double check. I don't particularly think that I need too much more space here to get a bagger in there, because I think the bagger can sit right where he's going and just dig straight in that way. So I think if I really wanted to, I could bring that excavator up and dig out as much of this as I can get, pretty much as close to that wall as I can get as well. Because I don't need to bring the bagger in here, I just need to bring the bagger in here. Should probably go grab that satellite and kind of bring it down that way as far as I want to go with this end of the pit. Just to give myself an idea. It involves a good long walk though. Been using that satellite as a like a land marker of dig this far and don't go any farther then. Just starting to cramp up from using that controller. I'd love to be able to clean the edge up all the way around this, but I think later on I might actually do the shelf thing. Just bring it back a couple shelves and then leave it. And just make it look better instead of the giant friggin' wall. And this is actually the first time I've come up here and seen what Kyle was doing with the bagger, or the bucket, not the bucket. Holy crap, the cable, shovel, and dozer up here. Oh, he was busy. None of this existed. None of that up there existed. Thank you. Wish I could put a pin on the actual map. Okay, so you're currently here. Let's go. Oh, too far. Okay, there. And there to about there. Yeah. Alright, I placed the satellite back down in front of your bagger there. So once you hit the satellite, that's as far as that way, and then we'll just turn in towards the city. Or if you're if you're doing that so that you can start the second pit that we were talking about a while ago, then you can just go on that way with it. It doesn't really matter which way you go at that point. But where that satellite is pretty much as far that way as I want to go for now. And again, like I have said many times before, that is the plan, but plans change, and they change often and very frequently here. But yeah, have him dig. So basically, yeah, so the satellite I just put there. So we'll have him dig from here. So the sweep will be the sweep that goes here. And then once he's gotten to that point, we'll dig out this way. And like I said, with the haul road that goes this way, and then that ramp is going to go down to about, I'd say right about here. And then once we get to that point, we'll do a turn, kind of like we did here, where we did a turn, and do a turn here. Get to that turn, and then do a straight across, and then do another turn, but that turn is going to come up lined up with this. So it's actually pretty much lined up with the side of the satellite. That's where the turn's going to start, and then go this way. And that's going to be pretty much a ramp that comes from here and goes down. So like I said, if this is going to continue to be a ramp going down, by the time we hit this spot here to turn, that's going to be way below the like the under drag that I got going on here. So go from there, and now I gotta find my way back. Now, did I grab the second truck or did I leave the second truck up here? Second truck's still up here. Go bring that down. Good thing there's no fall damage. So yeah, by the time that road goes down to where that satellite
I'm back.
is. You're welcome back. So I don't know if you caught it or not while I was saying it. I put the satellite in front of you. So it's up on that.
Yeah, I caught that part.
Okay. Yeah, just dig to that point and then, like I said, go whichever way you want to go. Towards the new pit that we were talking about, or if you wanted to just turn and work your way towards the city. And then we can get pit 1, I would say, almost done, but by the time we get to that point, it's gonna be some time has passed. I still came down here and never picked up that truck. And I will be right back. Gonna stuff my face.
I'm gonna be hopping off. I gotta eat some dinner.
Oh, okay. Well, now that I'm unmuted, I can tell you, um, since I forgot to say it unmuted, the person that you were thinking you were talking to is not her. Me and her broke up 4 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever years ago, a couple years ago. And yes, I would say this is technically a better version of Minecraft. There is no redstone in this one. You get just regular power. And there's a lot of games out there, I would say, if you take a portion of the way Minecraft was, you could probably relate it to this, or relate it to Minecraft. Like Ark Survival, when it comes to better building. Yeah. But yeah, I would say pretty good assessment saying that this is a better version of Minecraft. It's a sandbox MMO. Not going to say RPG because it's not, but it's a sandbox RPG or sandbox MMO. No. No, it's a Steam game. think that's the only platform that it's actually available on. Just gonna have to get your PC up and running. Because you can plug in your controller and use your controller. Like, I am using my controller for this. Truck full. Back that in. hate it when it does that. Alright. He said he was off. Yeah, he was off. Okay. So I do not need to tell him that it's auto-saving. But I do need to say, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click the follow button, ring the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, don't forget you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, like the stream. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, you just have to put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. It's Out of Ore on Steam, PC. And all that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove you're not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. When I don't owe on credit cards, I'll subscribe. Oh, nobody is obligated to subscribe. At no point am I gonna say that you have to. Don't feel obligated to do it. I mean, I can. Yeah, I'll even go about doing that right now. Why not? I got. Let's see here. Favorite color is teal. Let's see. Purchase. Vehicle. 500 series. Actually, I'll drive this down and then I will. I already got the truck bought. Now it's just a matter of me painting it. There is only 3 different tones that you can put on every truck. So there's 3 different colors. As you can see, so this one here has white and 2 black. The trucks that I drive, I usually put it as midnight red, black, and gray. Where midnight red is the part on this truck is white. Black is usually the what looks like headlights, which are really air filters. The exhaust, the front steps and stuff like that, that's black. And then the wheels and things like that are gray. So as soon as I park this truck, I will drop a new one and I will get the colors of whatever it is that you're... I mean, hell, I could probably even start doing that early. It's like you either play on the map and I can get you a truck, or... In your case, I'm going to make the exception of just making it anyway, but I could probably later on just start doing the, if you do a subscription, I'll make a truck with your colors and so on and so forth, things like that. Or make a different piece of equipment, or your choice of equipment, or... You gave me a pretty good idea there, Ice. Thanks. Okay, I will drop this truck down. Brand new truck. Alright, so you said teal. So let's go to the store. Let's go to materials. Nope, let's go to equipment. Paint. Teal and black. Okay, teal would be closest. I'll be another few months before I get my computer going again, but yes, I'll try. Okay. Which color would you say would be closest to teal? Because apparently they don't make teal. Turquoise. It's probably the green mint. I'll scroll down a little farther because it, yeah, I'd say green mint. Because turquoise is blue. So green mint. Now, did you, so, here, I'll get in the truck. So if I'm gonna paint, I'm gonna take the yellow off, and I will go green mint. Now, did you want black for both of those, or we'll just go, I'll get one black, one gray, just to see. Actually, they're both black. Oh, they're gray. Okay, so I'll take this off. So you see how railing, the center hub, and then that's the other parts that go black. Did you want just black and black, or did you want black and gray, or did you want gray and black? Or did you want neon blue? Black and black, okay. That. And store there. There you go. Black and black. There's your truck. I will have absolutely no problem finding this truck no matter where you are on the map, because if I do this, actually better off if I wasn't standing right at the truck where it's getting covered by my so yeah, wonder where your truck is. It's like a friggin' beacon. No, I can put a beacon on it. They actually have beacons. See? As useless as it is, they have them. And they have enough lights all around the cab that are, again, as useless as they are, considering none of the tail lights even work in this. Like, brakes, nothing. Like, but I think what I'm gonna do, I will finish filling Dino over there, the wife's truck, and then once that's full, I will start using yours. You'll see that from space. But yeah, I think Bear mentioned it. This is technically what I would call company colors. Or as, yeah, Bear would call them company colors. So midnight red, black, and gray. Did I get all of that cleaned up? I did, but I didn't get that corner. Right. Oh boy. No. 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 Not going there. That thing's trying to creep off the friggin' cliff. Now, stay. You heard me? Stay. This will give you a wash. It doesn't look like it's been washed in forever. Yeah. Company colors. Red, black, and gray. Other people have decided that instead of going with the company colors, they change it up a little bit. Like the truck over here. Must have been the one that's... this one, yeah. See, it had so much dirt on it I couldn't even tell. I'll get that little corner cleaned out and then back into the shovel that almost took itself off the cliff. Now that I can actually park these things up on the up by the edge again. Damn, a Canadian hockey player got arrested at Penn State. Were they down there for a game? When you say hockey player, you mean NHL player or just a... Because if it's an NHL player, it's not a big surprise that somebody went over somewhere and got arrested. But a college player playing for Pennsylvania State, I'm guessing. Again, I'm Canadian, I don't fucking know the states, so I know a few of them, but I don't know all of them. Probably don't even know an eighth of them. Yeah, Pennsylvania, okay. But the college is just called Penn State, yeah. Might as well. I'm just gonna go dump this truck, and I'm gonna bring it back down here and get that extremely shiny truck dirty. If convicted, he faces 20 years in prison. What the hell did he do? beat someone up in a bar with his hockey teammates. Oh. So they'd almost even call that a gang fight. Try and throw all of the shit in there that they can. It's like, he did this, but he did it with a bunch of people, so they're a gang. That's it. It's gotta be a gang. At least he didn't beat him up with his hockey stick. Because then it probably would have been a lot longer. Did he at least take the gloves off? For scholarship for the... Yeah, no kidding. I mean, if he's in prison for 20 years, I'm pretty sure he's going to be a little bit too old to bother going back there when he comes out. Because if he's in college, so he's got to be at least, I'd say, at least 20. Maybe 19, 20. So by the time he comes out, it'd be 40. At 18 years old. Okay. So he'll be 38. He'll be my age by the time he comes out. Talk about throwing your life away. Hey, let's drive this giant shiny toy up to the shovel. Give Dino a spray here before I park it up there. Actually, should park it in forward. Ones that are backed up are the ones that are full, and the ones that I can see the boxes are empty are the ones that are facing. Name is Gavin McKenna. Bet this will be on your CBC or Sportsnet. Well, probably Sportsnet. I don't follow sports though. I've said before, the last time I followed hockey was when Vancouver and Boston fought for the cup. I think that might have been around 2017, something like that. So that tells you how much I don't pay that much attention to it. And then listening to what my father was saying at the time, that all that stuff was going on, and then they came out with the Las Vegas Knights. And everything that my father was saying made absolute sense. They basically are trying to get rid of fighting in hockey because they want everybody to be able to play. And they don't want it to just be men playing on NHL. So that's why they're trying to get the fighting and stuff out of there, and they're trying to make it all a little bit softer, because I mean at the same time you get a 250-pound man checking, let's say, even a 200-pound woman, they're gonna break her. Which is why they have women's hockey and then they have men's hockey, and that's the way it should be. And when he brought up the Vegas Knights, it was literally the proof in the pudding of the fact that all he's doing is making teams that, like, it doesn't get cold enough in Vegas to have ice. The amount of fucking money that they have to spend to just keep a hockey rink going down there is insane. And the only reason that he has it is for the sole purpose of, I mean, yes, it's a business, so yeah, it's money, but he's literally trying to get Canada sport out of Canada. And the only reason that he's trying to do that is because of the fact that he can see that there's a lot of money to be made down in the States, but he's trying to completely almost boycott the whole idea of having it as a Canadian sport. He's trying to get rid of all of the Canadian teams. There's still lots of fighting, yes, but at the same time they're penalizing them a lot harder now than what they would have before. Back when enforcers existed and were really, I mean, they exist, but they're not a legitimate title anymore, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, you look at the guys that, and then, but at the same time, if you were to look at the statistics of how much they're needed and they should be in there, it's a 5-minute major, not that bad. Yeah, but like I said, they're trying to get rid of it. They're trying to come up with with a reason to take it completely out of the game. And they shouldn't, because you get, well, for instance, since they started to try and do that, you look at, I mean, it's an example, it's probably not the best example, but it's an example. You look at Sidney Crosby. Yes, apparently he's crying every single time somebody brushes his jersey now, but look at how many concussions he's had. And the reason behind it is because he was a good player, and because of how good he was, people targeted him, and they no longer have the ability to just say, hey, you, the enforcer, that guy just picked on your best player, go beat the living shit out of him. They have to go around it a certain way, and at the same time, now, I'm not saying that that's exactly the best thing to do either, just point and target, but if that option is available, then the people that are targeting people like Crosby, or back in the day, Gretzky, things like that, enforcers were there so people would avoid trying to take out the best player, because I'm not going to take out that 160-pound guy, the fast guy that's on the ice, because that 260-pound guy is going to come over and take my fucking head off. It's almost like the incentive plan of or the NHL version of fuck around and find out. But because they're trying to make it, like, the rules are trying to get more strict about it, where they're calling them on a lot more bullshit, or lack thereof calling on other bullshit, they're trying to get it out of the game. They're trying to remove the enforcer side of it. They're trying to pussify it, I guess is the best way I think my father would even word it. I don't think they'll take fighting out. Don't think Batman is that stupid. The words Batman and stupid are perfect together in a fucking sentence. You know a guy is doing an absolute horrible fucking job when every single time his ass steps foot on the fucking ice, everybody in the building is booing him. That's how horrible of a fucking job this guy is doing. Like, the guy is single-handedly trying to ruin the fucking sport, is what he's doing. So they're trying, I mean, like I said, give them enough time and they're gonna try and get fighting out of the game. I mean, they're not gonna succeed, at least I hope they wouldn't succeed. But there's too many snowflakes out now that are that will scream and scream and scream until they get their way. The ones that haven't been told no enough. Those kind of people. But yeah, Batman is the definition of stupid. Are you making more? Sorry, I had to possibly avoid a big racket, but I guess it's not gonna avoid it. So mind the noise in the background. There's no way he's getting rid of any of the original 6 either. No, that's, yeah, it's not the I guess the best way to put it. Again, the only reason that he got the Vegas Knights, like, the city of Las Vegas has absolutely no reason to have a hockey team. Except for to make, like, because of the fact that Las Vegas is a large tourist attraction, he put that team in there for the sole purpose of having the ability to sell tickets there. And that's it. When you look at the team, like, let's say, Montreal, that was a team that was originally, a long time ago, put together as a group of people that wanted to play the game together, and then selling tickets was an extra. It was a bonus. The same thing with almost all of the other teams that are out there. At the same time, he's turning down places here in Canada that are trying to make a team and actually have the structure behind the ability to sell tickets here, and saying, no, I'm not going to do that because somewhere else is a little bit better. Like I said, it's the reason that he did the Vegas Knights. That city wasn't screaming for a fucking hockey team. Nobody was asking for that hockey team. He went down and made that hockey team. When you could turn around and go, well, what was another one? The Montreal... Now I'm pulling the name out of my ass. Would I say, like, the Alouettes or something like that? The blue jersey with the French symbol, which I still don't know what the hell that thing is called either. I also did the Seattle Kraken. I don't know about that one. I know, what was the team? I think it was a yellow jersey with a purple logo. I just can't remember the name of the again, like I said, I never followed it that much. I just basically every now and again my father would get on with something about the game, and I happened to listen to those pieces, and every single time he would talk about that kind of stuff, they would kind of show the proof of it, of what he was talking about. The Habitants. You're talking about the Montreal team, or are you talking about the team that I just explained, the jersey of the yellow and purple? Wow. Oh, the Habitants? Oh, okay. Yeah, they were the one that had the blue jersey with the French symbol. Yeah. Yeah, they no longer exist, and there's a lot of people that want that team back. But Bettman's like, yeah. Huh? Oh, I mean, so does Toronto, and they still fucking exist. You want to get rid of a fucking team? How about get one that actually existed and had at least won a cup when the fucking color TV came out? Yeah, that was the team I was talking about. Yeah, it was the Montreal Canadiens, and then it was the Quebec Habitants. But so the only other one that I can remember is another team that is no longer, that people were trying to get back. They had a couple people recently play that, I can't say recently now. That could have been 20 fucking years ago, and all I know. But the jersey that I was talking about, it was mainly yellow, and it had a purple, I think it was a crown? A purple crown? And that team no longer exists anymore. And that was another one that they were trying to bring back. But again, and the only reason that the team went to the wayside was because of the fact that the original stadium that they were playing in went to absolute shit, and then they just never bothered to bring it back. But the city that they originated from flourished to the point where if they were to bring it back now, they would make a bank. The Kings? No, LA Kings is their black jersey. Black and white, isn't it? Wow. That's their original colors? I thought that team disappeared. Unless it was just the fact that they switched the color of the jersey. LA Kings in the 70s, yellow and purple. Oh, okay. Because then, again, I think it was around the time I was watching the Vancouver and Boston. They had a guy retire that they retired the flag with the yellow and purple colors instead of yeah, and if it was the LA Kings, then they didn't retire his jersey on their recent colors. They retired his jersey in the old colors. But I think Don Cherry was talking about it there when it comes to like the fighting and things like that. It's like the idea of them wanting to try and get rid of it, as much as they're not literally coming out and saying we want it absolutely gone, they're saying like it needs to be dumbed down. Too many people getting hurt, this, that, and something else. And then he was talking about the way when it first when the game first came out, everybody was wearing like leather armor and stuff like that, and now they're wearing hard plastic, and like the fighting and the speed of the game and all that kind of stuff has increased, so it's all becoming way more dangerous, so they're trying to dumb it down so that people stop getting hurt so much, and it got stupid is what it did. But the subject mostly came up where they're trying to get rid of the, and again, like I said, not flat out saying absolutely get rid of it, but they're trying to see if they can come up with some kind of loophole or rule to be able to get fighting out of the game. When Crosby was in his like third or fourth fucking concussion or something like that, where the pads of like their armor and all of the gear and shit that they're wearing is a lot harder than what it used to be, so people coming up in like the hard checking and all of that kind of shit is extremely dangerous. And I think, what was it, Lucic, I want to say is the guy's name. He got smoked fucking hard when I was watching when he was a member of Boston, and Vancouver caught him in a fucking bad hit, and he was laid out on the ice for a while, and he didn't come back until, like, I don't even think he made it to the last game for Boston at that time. But that's when they were getting into a lot of the conversation about that shit, where the armor, all of their gear and everything, it's a lot harder now than what it was when they first came out with it. Everything's sped up. They need to get all, and this is when Don Cherry was still kicking around, and how he was talking in regards to that stuff, and how they're trying to talk about the fighting and trying to get that out, and that's when it all started to stir up. I don't see it going anywhere either, but I know like I said, there's a lot of people that are trying. Succeeding is a different story, but they're trying. And like I said, with a lot of the snowflakes and shit that are out there now, that are the ones that haven't been told no enough, they're the ones that come out of the woodwork, and they try and scream and scream and scream until they get their way. Don't like fighting in the game anymore, so then they'll scream. And Bettman does seem like the kind of guy that would be like, well, if you're not gonna buy a ticket, then maybe we'll think about the rules and how this is supposed to go, and we'll see, just so I can make that extra fucking buck off of you. Like, he's not doing any of his job for the love of the game. He's doing his job for the fucking money, and that's it. That's all it is for him. And I am a firm believer that he is the kind of guy that if you complained to him enough about something, he will try and appease you to get that fucking ticket sell. truck might be full, and if not, I'm gonna pull it ahead a bit so I can. No, it's full. I'm gonna go dump this. Like literally, this is the first load that this truck has had, and look at how dirty it is already. So what'd you make? Hmm? Canned milk. Couple cans of canned milk in there somewhere. Just make sure that there's at least a couple cans there, and just don't use the last can. Just don't need to make tea. Again, if I don't have that for breakfast, I'm a fucking The Walking Dead for some reason lately. Oh yes.
Then you can like run me to work on that.
Yeah. Okay. But if you don't get the phone call, you go in.
Yeah, I'm going down the ball. I'm gonna walk down that home with 55 there.
Yeah, okay. Realize how dangerous it is to fucking stop on that road, right? Yeah, I'll probably be bringing you to the other stop, because then stopping on that road is fucking stupid. I wasn't looking at that, I was also looking. You wanna know what else was stupid? Was that fucking blue sweater.
Yeah, the guy that been out by the car, made a call for a text.
You don't realize how long you stood behind that bus stop either.
Oh, this is for a while. I saw him.
And then he kept on walking, yeah. And what I feel like happened there was he literally walked by you, seen that you were the only one at the bus stop, turned around and came back, noticed that there was somebody in a truck next to you, walked up, noticed I wasn't going anywhere, and then fucked off. Grabbed his phone and brought it out to make it look like he was doing something, and then fucked off. Yeah, and he better be fucking running fast, because all it takes is me getting out of that truck and that'll be the end of him. Yeah. I got no patience for it. You don't need to, though. Well, the elephants that live in the apartment building are home. making that second one now? No, it just smells like you are.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds.
No. I would say that's good enough. Better go down and make sure that all of the little lumps are cleared up, though, so I don't end up leaving them behind and smacking into one of them with a shovel later or loader or something. That one. And that's it. Oh, that's it. Alright, now turn this around. Actually, I'm just gonna go dump it since it's full. Alright. If you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, like the channel, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below saying you are interested, and I will do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you're not a troll. Then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. Ugh. So yeah, let me check something here. So I'm at 0.2. That's 90%, 90%. So OEM is 90% for... Okay, I don't understand how the pump got used a little more than the other parts, but... all I did was lift the box up. So I don't know, maybe the more you use... Yeah, maybe the more you use, the more ends up getting damaged. But I still think that the older the equipment, the more it gets damaged, or the faster it gets damaged, I guess is the best way to put it. Okay, I'm gonna do that, but at the same time, actually, I do have a bunch. Good thing. Store, sell. How much? He's been off for quite some time now, and this is still fucking pumping. How much dirt did he put in that damn thing? That one? No. No. $54,000%. Does that number make sense? Yeah, so 44,000%. Did I actually come up with all the blocks? Okay. Yep. There's Ice's truck. Seen from space. I'll put some of these blocks down onto that wall there now, clean that up, and then grab the loader and clean this up. It's able to reach it. Awesome. Alright, let's grab loader. Clean up this mess. Actually, let me move the excavator. Oh, auto-saving. What a perfect time for that. Very lumpy area. Actually, I'm gonna want to do this. There. And that's as far as I'm gonna go there. Yep. Perfect. So then I'll start scooping here, and I think that'll be it. So once I'm done digging this path back, I'm probably going to get the excavator to come up and dig out as much of this as I can get up to that wall. I'm trying to do as much as I can before I need to spend a bunch of time in that bagger again. Because that machine is so fucking boring and I really just don't like operating it because of how boring it is. Oh, come on. Kidding me? Oh, fuck off. There. So yeah, I'll get that excavator to come up here and I will try and dig out. So do the same thing I was doing there. So start at the wall, work my way back. Start at the wall, work my way back. Only I'm gonna start here, scoop out as much of this as I can, and then go from here and work my way and get rid of that chunk and as much of this until I get up to this wall. And once I get close to this wall, probably the width of the shovel, then I'll get the bagger. And actually, I think once I get this far, I'll probably continue. Yeah, I think I'll do that. And it'll take even longer for me to have to use the bagger, which makes me even happier. So I'll dig this out until I get enough to where I need to put a truck. Like I can just have enough room to put a truck here. And I'll dig this out until I get to that wall. And then I will come down here and dig this out until I get close to the edge of that wall again here on that level. And then once I get that point, then I'll get the bagger in here and dig out all that area and bore myself to death. I really don't like the bagger. First few minutes of looking at the thing is like, oh, that's cool, and then once you run it for a little while, it's like, okay, this is... Can we do something else now? But again, because of the amount of material, well, as you just seen with the hopper, that hopper is still emptying from when Kyle was running it earlier, when he left a couple hours ago. So that just tells you how much material that thing has moved. Don't mind me just beating dirt into submission. Like I said, the guy that came up with this literally took the go smack that with the shovel a little bit too literal. Right. So yeah, and when I dig that out to there, I probably even take out this lump first. I don't know if... Oh. Alright, one less lump to accidentally bump into. Because knowing my luck, I'd come in here with the bagger and that'd be the thing I'd smack into and it'd irritate me to try and figure out what the hell it was that happened. Alright, so yeah, that's the plan, I guess, for now. Is to keep digging this. So like I said, I'm probably going to come back here one more time. So come back this way one more time. And then I'll put that shovel up there. I'll be able to get these trucks to back up next to that and do the same thing that I've been doing here. But I will do that after I get this cleaned up. And as I've said before as well, like I don't mind the walls looking like this, where they got little bits coming out of it and things like that. Like I'm not going to sit here and smooth all this out like this. But the edge, the top edge, if I was to leave that sharp forever, that would annoy me, because the way I look at it when it comes to like weathering and things like that in a mine, that edge is going to smooth out at least on its own. So I figure make it look a little more realistic by doing it. And this I could either do with the roller or the shovel, and because I'm seeing it right now while I'm down here, I might as well just do it with the shovel. Now let's grab the loader, scoop out that little bit that's there. And I'm currently on... How long have I been streaming? 7.5 hours. See, I think I'm gonna load up this truck with what I got to scoop up here. I'll go clean out. I'll do a plant clean out. See what all I got made today, and then after that, I will probably call it a night. Another successful, productive day. More productive than any other day, though, than the most recent other days, because of the fact that I've had Kyle in there using the bagger. So that thing is gonna give us quite a bit of material run through the plant. Even though you only use it for a couple hours, it's still, or an hour at least. But still, it's more than not using it. And just running truck and shovel, it material, or the what looks like more productiveness happens, but the bagger definitely moves a lot more material than the truck and shovel does. But again, like I said, just operating the bagger all day long, I would be so friggin' bored, it's not even funny. Actually, I think I might have a full truck worth of material here. So I can dump that. Have that run itself through the plant. And then I'll do a washout. empty this, bring it back, and then run up to the plant, or run back up to the plant, and do a clean out. See how much lately have been accumulated. Because I think I sold a good chunk there, probably, I think it was like 30 million worth of material. So yeah, I'll dump this, bring this truck back down here, and then run back up to the plant and see how much material has come out of this. I don't think it's going to be a lot of material because he only ran for a little bit and I haven't exactly moved much material in comparison to what I have before. Yeah, I'm surprised none of the lights work. Like none of the tail lights. Actually, I'm also surprised none of the actual headlights of this truck work either. Because they're all in the grill down here. The only lights on this thing are those. Which is pretty dumb. I'll wash this truck. I want to make sure I know where I gotta go when I come back. Definitely see that thing coming. Even with the dark stream right now because it's nighttime in the game and there's no point me turning it into daylight right now. So I come up here. gold, silicon. Alright, so let's pick up the rubies. And yes, washing these, definitely worth it. Example, so store 1 stack of rubies at 9999 of ruby ore is 335,000. 1 stack of ruby diamonds is 1,924,000. a few extra rubies. So, lithium, aluminum, everything else in here gets sold. Lithium, aluminum, everything else. Store. So 1,456,000,000, and the number is going to go up. Quite a lot. $475, so 25 mil. Purpose in going in there. Nothing to go in there. Alright. It's weird. Yeah. Just wear plate. I don't have any more actual parts. Bearings and gears. Gears, bearings. Okay. All I need is steel for that? Okay. So... That's all I need for that is steel as well. Okay. Let's go drop this stuff off. these two. Oh, okay. Well, let's grab all the coal. Okay. So all the coal. Oh, actually, I should check the fuel. For oil. I have not checked this in some time now. Yep, sometime meaning in a very long time, to the point where freaking oil stopped pumping. Wonder. I can? Actually, what is a liquid tank? Can I go grab another liquid tank? And just stick it on the end of that? And now I'm curious. If I go and grab... Actually, I should put another stack in there. Fill that with oil. Will it start filling the container before it, or is it going to, like the coal, spill out everywhere? Which I don't know. I don't think it will spill out everywhere. I hope. Okay, so it doesn't work the way I want it to. Oh, that's right, this is also full. Okay, I guess I'm gonna make a few million. So I'm not gonna just throw it away. This is why I really. Okay. So 664,000 per stack. Almost at 1,500,000. Alright, well, not bad. It's all tailings, right? Yep, tailings. Alright, so yeah, one day I will completely coat that haul road in tailings. One day. I am going to, when I get back on tomorrow, I will be continuing digging from there to here with the shovel. Then once I get that last dig going there, I'm gonna move the shovel up to this tier, or this shelf, and dig out what I can of this part that's sticking out here, and then move back down to here and dig this out until I get level with that as I can get. That's probably not all gonna happen tomorrow, but that's the plan for the next steps. And then once I get this level over here. Then I'll get a bagger in this way and dig that way until I hit the retaining wall. Then once I get that retaining wall done, then I'll go back to digging because this stuff here is going to be removed. That's all going to be gone, and everything in here will be at this level. Then I'll get that shovel and I'll dig all of that out until it's at this level. Then dig this stuff until it's at this level. And then once I get that good portion done up there, because I think, yeah, because I'm not going to be building the haul road there. I'm just going to build something like a wall. I might even do a tier, like a shelf, and then a shelf, and a shelf, and a shelf coming from here up. But I'll find the end of the wall of where the pit is going to end, and then make a turnaround point when I get this pit down to that level. Once I get to the closer to that wall, that's when I'll figure out at what point do I start building a ramp that goes down, or at what point do I start cutting out the section of, because it's gonna be this over here, but this is probably gonna line up more. If I'm looking down into the pit, I'll probably just see a little portion of it right here, if I see it at all, because the line might even be right here somewhere down in the ground there. So it's a bit of work, but I love playing this game, so it's fun and entertaining as far as I am concerned anyway. Now if the viewers think the same, then say so in the chat, and if there's something you're not liking, then don't hesitate to put that in the chat as well. It's like I've said, if I can't fix it if I don't know it's broken. But the plan is that, at least. So tomorrow I'm gonna dig this out. I'll probably get that done at least tomorrow, and I'll probably get a chunk of this done by tomorrow. But we'll see. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, give it a thumbs up, like the stream, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, when I'm online, all you have to do is put in the comments that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent, or prove that you're not a troll. Then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors, as bright or dull as they might be, that you choose, and that truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share this stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. I will be back on again tomorrow at 11 Mountain Time. So for those of you who hate time zones as much as I do, it is 7 o'clock p.m. my time. So yeah, 11 o'clock Mountain Time tomorrow. Until then, have a good one.